자, 오늘 할 게임은 셜록 홈즈의 크라임스 앤 퍼니시먼트. 그 셜록 홈즈의 죄와 벌이라는 게임이 맞나? 하여튼 그래요. 자, 이어서 하도록 하겠습니다. 가자! 훌쩍훌쩍 훌쩍훌쩍. 돼지를 했고 어디까지 했냐? 아이고, 여기가 부족간이지. 경찰국에 가야 돼. 바꿔야겠어. 여기가 아니지? 나 거기 가야 되는데. 별장. 오케이. 아우. 뜨시 뜨뜨시.
1883. That's the one I need. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn.
글자.
This is the crew log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for July. Nothing special. Log notes for August. These pay. Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR. A torn piece from a bond certificate. I have seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently. There are three ways of discovering what happened in August of 1883 aboard the Sea Unicorn. The first two of these will require speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign.
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband. Who could do such a thing?
대화를 할 수 있을 줄 알았는데 대화는 못하네. 베이커 바로 다시 가야 되네.
Who could do such a thing?
뚜루루뚜뚜.
Something
그냥
new,
맞아야
Watson.
돼.
I have the list of
찰싹.
sailors who
이건
were aboard the Sea
찰싹찰싹해요.
Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they're still working at the harbour.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard,
뭐요?
I doubt it, Watson. And really, I would prefer that all of this remains quiet for now. But I
뭐요?
have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
and who might they be?
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
There is always a watch beneath our window. I have only to call him. Brave Toby. The best nose in the British...
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, because his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Fascinating. Here is the list of sailors.
Sailors? Easy. Just got to look where the rum and the red lights are.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks that you come to the
갈
station
곳이
as soon as
많구만.
possible.
Thank you. I'll be there shortly.
Thank you. Thank you. What? 뭐 자꾸 거지같이 화면이 내려가는 거야. 화면이 내려가네. 아이씨.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
As always, what happened?
We have a new suspect, Liam Hurtley. I'm thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
이름이
Interesting. Pray
허틀리.
tell.
허틀리.
The constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling
다
around
따라다녀.
during the night.
Do you have him here?
Yes, he refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
Let us hope so.
Ah, yes, and one more thing. The constable told me that at the time of his arrest, the fellow was writing a letter.
Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal. Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
Breathtaking.
증거실로 가야 되겠구만. 일단 증거를 먼저 봐야지. 여기.
These are the suspect's belongings. Liam Hurtley's old boots. They're a size 9.5. A pen. The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals. please escort this suspect for interrogation.
신문.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Precisely, and considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are, and exactly what happened that you should be brought here?
My name is Liam Hurtley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well, we shall see.
눈을 이렇게 위로 치켜뜨고 있대요.
That's all for now.
I'm not saying another word.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used.
번쩍거리냐 왜
Second
이렇게?
condition, orange reagent should be the third one
이게
in the
맞아?
sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
파랑색. 그다음에
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
초록색.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
뭔 소리일까? 왜 이렇게 번쩍거리지?
Done. Now I can proceed further. Let us see if the content of this letter sheds a little light upon the mystery. I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hurtley react to this?
하나 더 있네. 아니 이거 번쩍거리는 거 어떻게 없애야 돼? 왜 이렇게 번쩍거리는 거야? 간맛 때문에 그런가? 아니 왜 이렇게 번쩍번쩍거려? 일단 아니 런던 경찰국이 아니지. 별장 가서 장화 대조해봐야 되는데. 됐다. 잠깐 메인 메뉴 좀 갔다 올게요. 아, 이거 그래픽 설정하려면은 메인 메뉴 가서 설정해야 돼. 용벽, 그림자 품질, 처리 효과. 자, 게임을 재시작해야 돼. 아이씨. 다시 갔다 올게요. 아이, 그지 같네. 재시작을 해야 되다니. 한 김에 다 바꿔버려. 다시 갑니다. 아니, 너무 번쩍거려서 살 수가 없었어요.
에헤이, 조졌네 이거.
아, 뭘 조져요. 너무 번쩍거렸다니까. 안 켜져. 아니, 너무 번쩍거려서 글을 읽을 수가 없잖아. 뭐요? 뭘 조져요, 조직이. 왜 이렇게 번쩍거리는 거야? 아... 아직도 번쩍거려. 미친. 할 수 없는 거였나 봐.
These boots match the footprints exactly.
이그 잭플리. 뚜뚜루뚜. 이렇게 번쩍거리는 걸까?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
Suspect.
Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were
어,
arrested
너무
perfectly
눈뽕이야.
match the footprints
번쩍번쩍함.
found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if
handkerchief.
I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
어, 번쩍거려.
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one, but it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley.
그럼
That's
이제
all for
다시
now.
다시
Hurtley's stories are false leads, but now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at Woodman's Lee.
이제 다시 별장에 가야겠어. 별장으로 고고 고고. 원예 연구를 찾기 위해 이 사람한테 물어봐야겠다.
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
열쇠를 받았어요.
Thank you, madam.
여기로 가야 되나 봐요.
Let's see what could be hidden here.
열려라 참깨. 오픈 사시미.
Let us see what is in this box.
선을 어떻게 일치를 시키라는 거야? 아, 이렇게 일치를 시키라는. 여기가 문제인데? 뭐야? 어. 됐다. 열렸다.
A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. Hurtley and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
헐, 내연 관계였어. 내 사랑 리암, 당신은 처음 만날 때부터 자상하기 그지없었죠. 주체할 수 없는 행복을 느끼고 있지만 죄책감이 들어 견딜 수가 없네요. 앞으로가 걱정이에요. 하나님을 어떻게 맞이할런지요. 당신을 사랑하지만 하나님 앞에서 맺어진 인연을 버릴 수는 없어요. 남편이랑 십자가를 짊어지는 것도 그분의 뜻이니까요. 남편이 준 상처도 언젠가 남을겠죠. 그러니 제 걱정은 마세요. 맙소사. 불륜이라니. 여기서도 불륜이라니. 님 불륜을 저지르다니.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
What are you talking about?
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
죄송한데 혼자 있게 해주세요.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
Mr. Holmes, we found the sailors from that list you gave us.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see.
Let me see.
This man is a harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials that were found on the tobacco pouch. Wiggins, could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
We found Patrick Cairns.
Good job, Wiggins. Where is he?
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does arm wrestles for money and drinks.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
If I wish to speak to Cairns without alarming him, I had better dress as a sailor.
어. 어. 좋다.
Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch.
좋다. 저의 아름다운 변장 실력 어떻습니까?
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling on arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Suits me.
내가 또 싸워야 되는 거야? 아우 졌다.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
설마 더 이겨야 되는 거야?
I'm ready to try again.
한번 이겨야지.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that.
방법을 잘 모르겠는데. 밀어내기. 잃어버려. 이겨라. 잃어버려. 안돼. 안돼. 아, 졌다.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
I've had enough. You're too strong.
Come back later when you can use your arms again.
설마 이겨야 되는 건가? 아이씨, 이겨야 되는 거네? 젠장할.
I'm ready to.
젠장할, 이겨야 되는 거였어. 안돼, 질 수 없어. 야, 밀어 제껴. 안돼. 아, 이거 어떻게 해야 돼? 아씨.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that.
뭘로 눌러야 되니? 졸라기 힘드네. 이. 이. 안돼. 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 아이, 잘못 눌렀네. 아이씨, 잘못 눌렀어. 아이씨,
I'm ready to try
이겨가고
again.
있었는데.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money.
아, 계속 지고 있어. 아예 알았어.
I'm ready to try.
여기 연타를 눌러야 되는 건가? 윤이 어서 오세요. 아, 이겨야 돼. 안돼, 안돼. 이 어지를. 예. 네. 넘어갈 수 없어. 이 넘어가라. 안돼. 저지. 안돼. 아, 한 방에 넘겨버려야 되는데 저걸 넘기질 못하네. 아이, 닥쳐, 씨.
I'm ready to try.
어서 오세요. 닥쳐. 아. 그냥 A만 눌러야 되는데 이거? 아씨. 안돼. 아 오지게도 안 넘어가네. 안돼 또 졌어. 아니 근데 왜 이거
That's it.
마우스로도 거지 같고.
I'm ready to try.
다시 눌러보겠어. 밀어붙여! 밀어붙여! 체력은 없지만 밀어붙여! 넘어갈 수 없어! 야! 올라가라! 안돼. 에라이씨. 거지 같군.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales.
I'm ready to try again.
아 이거 이겨야 다음으로 넘어가나 봐. 아이씨. 연타를 해야 되는. 아! 아이 죽겠네. 넘어가라. 안돼. 아씨 어떻게 이겨.
I've had enough. You're too. Come back later when you can use your arms again.
아씨 이겨야 되네. 다시 안 돼요. 이겨야 이거 일이
I'm
진행되는
ready
것
to try
같아요.
again.
포기가 문제가 아니라 이거 이겨야 다음으로 되는 것 같은데. 나. 으. 넘어가라. 아이 체력이 없어. 켜 임마. 비켜 임마. 야이씨. 야, 또 졌어, 씨. 아, 걔 거지 같은 거.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another?
어쩔 수 없어. 스토리를 이어가려면 얘 이겨야 돼.
If you want me to.
닥쳐. 오. 아니요, 마우스. 맞아, 패드 좀 진동 있긴 하던데. 깔려고 하다가 누르기 너무 힘들어가지고. 야, 이 자식아! 안 돼! 뭐요? 안 돼. 넘겨. 안 돼. 질 수 없어. 이게 뭐라고 힘들게 하고 있는 거야. 아, 너무 힘들어. 멈춰. 아이씨 젠장할. 패드로 하는 게 쉽다고요?
That's the arm that killed 100 whales.
오른손 진동이면
Care to lose another 10
상대방이
shillings?
넘기려고 합니다.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that.
요시 요시 스담그 스담그. 오. 어려운데. 아오. 넘어가라 좀. 이걸 두 판이나 해야 되다니. 개 어렵네. 진동이 수십 개, 뭐 계속 오는데? 아이 잘못 눌렀어! 젠장할! 아니. 아이씨. 이기고
I'm
있었는.
ready to try it.
Fine.
됐다. 아, 이겼다. 와, 손가락. 씨,
You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
좋았어. 덤벼.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that.
오. 아, 됐어. 됐어, 이겼어.
Well, good for you, I reckon. You're stronger than you look. Here's your 10 shillings.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Good winner as well. That's good.
Ah.
Let's have a drink.
화장실 갔다 오고 싶다.
You're a good type. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
Not all that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
어서 안아달라고요? 싫어요.
Why do you say
바둥거리는 걸
poor?
목표로.
You're not working?
I'm a harpooner.
요시, 요시,
The whalers are rare.
요시,
They don't pay
요시.
much. So as a result, find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
뭐요?
A harpooner?
안으면 또
Interesting.
바둥거리는 게 제
You've had a lot
목표였어요.
of
이럴 거 아니에요.
adventures, I bet.
그러면 안 해주는 게
Of
낫지.
course. It's been a dozen years since I've sailed. I've seen everything. Old Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great Roger. We sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
뭘 못 해봐요. 아까 처음에 그래놓고서는 또
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumors about
발뺌을
that.
하다니.
He was the worst of them all. He was a liar and violent too, swinging those fists of his around. He was a
뭘로?
tyrant and not much of a captain. At least not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was
뭘로?
told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
화장실 갔다 와야겠다.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883 that it happened. The August of that year. Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she'd foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
And who was he?
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
That's strange enough.
Aye. Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, Nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. Those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Of course.
Hoo-ha-hoo.
Back in a second. I'm off to the Ghazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
Here it is. I cannot leave yet. I am not finished here. Have you got any tobacco? I've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, oh, it is.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might need good harpooners. I'll tell him about you.
Maybe. If you like, aye.
I'm
Porter.
done here. It's time to leave. These are the suspect's belongings. I wonder if these are Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
뭔가 있죠?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, what exactly were you hoping to find inside Peter Carey's cabin?
I was trying to find some information about my father.
I assume you had another purpose, to retrieve the bond certificates. Am I correct?
Yes. I discovered some time ago that a few of the missing securities had reappeared on the London market. You can imagine my amazement. I spent months trying to find them, and at last I discovered that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey. These papers, they belong to my family, but I could not find them there.
That's all for now. Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Please let me go. I'm innocent.
쉽지 않군요. 이 사람이 범인이면은 근데 되게 피도 눈물도 없는 살인마라고 하기에는 조금 애매한 게 없지 않아 있기 때문에 선처를 베풀도록 하겠습니다.
Good afternoon. I must be at the wrong address. I'd like to speak with a ship's captain, a Captain Ahab. Is that you?
No, my name is Sherlock Holmes.
That detective fella? So, you wanted to see me?
That is correct. We need to talk.
About what?
About Black Peter, who was killed in his own hut with a harpoon.
You know, don't ya?
Yes,
How?
the tobacco pouch. You recognized it.
Oh, the sailor. It was you. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Well, fine. I confess. But if you really do know everything, you should also know that I didn't want to kill him.
Unbelievable.
He made me do it.
I know. Did you know about this story with the bond certificates? Did you need money?
Yeah. I just wanted him to cough up a little silver. I'm out of work, and I thought maybe he could help me. Well, he refused outright, and he insulted me. I reminded him I knew all about that murder he committed at sea in 1883. Then he got mad when I spoke about his treasure. I barely just had time to throw the harpoon at him before he could jump at me with his knife. You know the truth. What will you do now?
I ask that you return the bond certificates. Keep some of them. You will need them in your exile. It is better that you leave the country for a few years.
And you won't say anything to the police?
I will not say anything as long as you return the money.
Well, I'll do as you ask. But what about Inspector Lestrade?
I will deal with him. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It's good that you asked me to come, Mr. Holmes. We do need to talk.
About what?
What do you mean? Our case, Mr. Holmes. You sent me a message via your little thug,
His name is Wiggins, Inspector.
telling me that the case is solved. Well, Mr. Holmes, tell me, who is our murderer and where is he?
The morgue.
Eh?
His name is, or rather was, Pablo Coventrao. He was also on the ship with Peter Carey, and he was a harpooner. I'll tell you everything, Inspector, but do calm down. Mrs. Hudson will bring us tea and orange cake.
Orange cake? You're spoiling me,
Orange
Mr.
cake.
Holmes. That's my favourite.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Lestrade told me that I should thank you for clearing my name. He also said that you were waiting for me here. I came as fast as I could. I cannot thank you enough. It is all because of you that this nightmare is finally over.
I believe that this belongs to you.
My father's securities. Incredible. But how did you get them?
It would take far too long to explain.
Tell me. This is extraordinary. You are a genius.
Then that may serve as an explanation. Goodbye, Mr. Nelligan, and good luck.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes. And thank you. 1,000 times thank you.
패트릭 케인즈는 피터 캐리를 살해했지만 계획된 범죄 아니었다. 인사불성의 주정배에 맞서 스를 보였을 뿐이다. 패트릭 케인즈에게 선처를 베풀기로 했다. 캐리의 두 줄을 눈 감아주는 대신에 훔쳐간 채권을 회수했다. 진실을 확인하래. 스페이스 눌러서 진실을 확인할 수 있네요. 어, 아 이게구나. 정말 케인즈가 범인이다. 이게 맞네. 어, 오케이. 뚜뚜뚜루루. 뭐야? 그냥 계속 하게 하면 되는 건가?
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes.
아, 여전히 번쩍거리는군.
As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerable. I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is, the one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean that he keeps bees? That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
There is someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
Mycroft.
Sherlock.
Oh, Mr. Holmes? Perhaps you don't remember me. I'm Dr. Watson. We met at the Diogenes Club a few years ago. I documented our encounter in a short story I gave the title The Greek Interpreter.
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We are about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help. There are people who presently threaten both our country and the Crown itself. You must help us with those methods of yours.
Need? Help? Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is not about politics. It's about people. People similar to those whom you pretend to defend in your petty detective affairs.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse,
통일해.
undertake this job of yours. You are defending your people, and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That is the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further.
Mrs. Hudson, tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
뭘 할 게 많네요. 어우 씨 뭐야.
Holmes, please call a cab while I pack my suitcase. We shall be late for the train.
마차를 어떻게 부르는데? 나가서 부르는 거.
Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the station.
What a gloomy night. It was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since the station master told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
Yes, at last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
I'll take your bags and your blasted archive suitcase. But, Holmes, the headlight, it's faded away.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
Excuse me, sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
It's too dark. Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow. Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our investigation.
뭐야. 아, 역으로 가야 되는구나. 아, 여긴 역 아이씨. 뛰어다녀야겠어. 이쪽이 아니겠지? 열차가
This is the place where we saw the train vanish last night.
A discarded item, possibly thrown from the train. There are no tracks or footprints on the ground. Railway sleepers, nothing unusual. The rails have not been touched. There's nothing unusual here. There are no signs to indicate that the train ran off the track, nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No clues and you're smiling.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery appears very promising. This investigation won't be simple. We shall require a map of the region.
Perhaps the station master could lend us one.
역장한테 가야 되나 봐요. 달려! 여기 있네.
Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I remember you. I'm Station Master Everett. You were here last night. So, you are Mr. Holmes, the great detective. Will you be investigating what happened?
I shall indeed.
It is extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the driver.
Could you please give us any details about the train?
Well, there was nothing so very special about it. At least not that I can recall. My memory's not what it used to be. However, if you need it, you can have the train composition report. It's inside my office.
I would be glad to have a detailed map of the local railway district.
But of course, please, take the one that's pinned inside the waiting hall.
See you later, my good man.
여기 아니네. 이건가?
A new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson. Here is the train set. A telegraph. A telegraph.
지도가 어디 있다는 얘긴가? 여기가 아닌가?
This map will be useful.
지도 이렇게 가져가도 되는 건가? 작살 얻었어. 여긴 안 열리고 볼 수 없고.
An old locomotive bell. This part is probably from a locomotive. This place serves as a storage area for the station. This part is probably from a locomotive. This part is probably from a locomotive.
비켜.
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
According to the train composition report, there was a special wagon. What does that entail?
That's a highly secure car, ordered by a private party. It is generally to carry something of value. Those wagons have iron walls, you know, without any windows, and they're fitted with a complex key lock.
That is important information. Do you know what was inside this particular wagon?
Certainly not. No, that's private. And it's not my responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
Was there anything exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you mean? Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a message from Bridlington station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. But what kind of problem that they didn't say?
That is interesting. You mentioned a problem at Bridlington station. I should like to visit this station. Could you mark it on the local map?
Of course. It's a suburban railway station. You might take a cab there.
See you later, my good man.
야!
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
뭐야? 그 사람은.
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you what my concern is. Last night I were on the train as usual with my colleague, heading home. Then along came this ridiculous ticket inspector, who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train, and he was extremely rude about it.
Were you aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes, I heard that it disappeared. But I don't care because we would have stopped before then anyway. Our tickets were valid and no doubt about it. And then, to top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, because their type don't need a ticket.
Can you recall anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Goodbye, sir.
교활한 눈매 뭐야?
Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company? Because I have a complaint.
We are not from the railway company. We are...
Well, in that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me, but I'm not in the mood for idle chit-chat at the moment.
You must be Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right. I have nothing to hide.
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable prototype safely to London. My prototype is a revolutionary device. It is capable of producing electricity. I'm a businessman and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers for my invention, but I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
You mentioned a director's board. Which company do they own?
The Chilean Barcazas Company. I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazas Company?
It's a large South American company. They showed a great deal of interest in my prototype, and they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
This revolutionary machine of yours, was it very valuable?
For God's sake, sir, it is priceless. It could change the world we live in, and yet I was selling it for almost nothing. I am
사기꾼
a
아니야?
humanitarian, you see. I do not know if I will ever be able to get over this disaster. I cannot believe that it disappeared with that damn train.
Mr. Robinson, could you please clarify? Were you traveling alongside your prototype?
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train. And all because of this stupid station master.
I received a telegram declaring that an important person, a Mr. Bromsby, wished to see you in the waiting room. I merely informed you of this.
Mr. Bromsby is a wealthy gentleman. His interest in my invention was truly unexpected. So yes, of course, I agreed to see him. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. I thought perhaps he might have been delayed, so I chose to wait a while. But despite my requests, the train left the station without me. Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot.
훔쳐갔다.
You will pay
발명품.
for it. I will sue you.
The ticket inspector forced all the passengers from the train except for the directors of the Barcazes Chilean company.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am investigating the unfortunate disappearance of last night's train.
I see. I'm Station Master Bertram, but my supervisor has not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions. Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham. But yesterday, everyone was asked to get off the train here at my station. I've no idea why, and it delayed the train. But the worst of it is that now I have to deal with two furious passengers who are complaining about the company's service. They stayed here the whole night, but people do not usually pay much attention to the regulations, you see. There are very strict and clear rules. Paragraph 234 of Article 2G-43 states that in the event of a complaint, you must...
Yes, thank you. I understand. Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did, and I mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
Confidential, you say? How long have you been working here?
I've worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram. Your age and your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
I was at the top of my class.
Listen here, young man. I am aware that you wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
And you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Ah, that is... well, I'll tell you everything. First of all, I scolded the ticket inspector, for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was the peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
We ought to visit Chesterfield Station. We need to confirm if the station master saw the train or not.
추르발 뭐야, 추르발.
The insurance policy for Robinson's machine. A significant sum.
5만 파운드.
According to this document, you have insurance for your prototype.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find it?
Near the telegraph station.
I must have lost it when I tried to send a message, which I was prevented from doing.
I apologise for that, but regulations state that public access to the telegraph is strictly prohibited.
Upon my word, you keep on digging that hole of yours. You have no idea who I am.
I see that you kept your grip sack with you. Why don't you leave it in the luggage room?
I've had other things to think about. I lost my prototype. And this idiot station master just stands here doing nothing to help.
Oh, but...
Well, that won't do at all. Station master, I believe that the regulations state that any passenger luggage should be taken to the luggage room.
I'll do it right away, sir. Sorry, sir.
This Robinson is quite a character. We should learn more about him.
화물실이 어딘고?
This grip sack belongs to Mr. Robinson.
I think we should open it, Holmes. This is what they call force majeure. I'll keep watch.
Of course.
또 이것이. 이렇게가 맞는 거 아니야? 됐다. 뭐야, 갑자기 됐어. 뭐야? 수가 없구만. 업무 서류.
Look, Watson, a bundle of contracts. An exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive. Mr. Robinson is the seller.
뭐야? 왜 이렇게 많아?
Yet another. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Well, it is very clear that this Mr. Robinson received prepayments from various people for his machine.
뚜뚜루뚜. 오늘은 적당히 하고 방종해야겠다.
How could he fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up. Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
What? The 18-hour 72 train has arrived?
Good day to you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
8시간이요? 뭔 소리예요? 8시간은 무슨?
Were there any passengers who got off that
일찍
particular
끝내도록
train
하겠습니다.
at your station last night?
벌써 2시간이나 했다고.
Nobody, it seems to me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No
어차피
doubt you were very busy.
You don't say. You can't ever get any
어차피
peace around
잔잔바리
here.
방송.
Ah, you have to send a telegram each time a train arrives and departs.
아, 청소해야 되는데. 아. 시간밖에 안 했다고요. 대청소해야 되는데 방에. 짜증나. 못했어. 왜 없지? 하나는 뭐야? 아, 됐다.
Station Master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful to you. Please don't go harsh on me.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
It will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be
내일
trusted.
출근 싫다.
A telegraph.
I had thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not.
A A fishing advertisement. Locked. There is no sense in asking the station master to open it. We shall have to pick the lock.
자물쇠를 또 따야 하다니. 또 이런.
Bags were recently dragged here. French wine, a remarkable vintage. These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
Shameful.
These tools were used quite recently. They are still muddy. We should ask about them.
아이, 모기. 씨.
You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Ah, yes. Well, thank you for reminding me. I should clean them. Although, might be easier to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
I meant, what were they used for?
Some workers come here and borrowed them from me. They wanted to lift the edge of the railway to one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company, but they was fine lads. They invited me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a kick to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening.
아, 꺼지나? 안 돼! 아이씨. 어떻게 이럴 수 있어? 방종하라는 얘긴가? 재밌게 하고 있었는데. 이놈의 에픽 런처는 왜 이 모양 이 꼴인 것인가? 내가 얼마나 열심히 하고 있었는데. 꺼져버리다니. 참을 수 없어, 효. 진짜 너무하다. 다시 켜야 하나? 그지 같네. 왜 꺼지는 거야 도대체? 그지 같네요. 구멍이도 부자가 되고 싶다. 걔가 부자가 되고 싶다. 아니 왜? 회사에서 컴퓨터 시켜줬나? 알 수가 없네. 하, 어지럽다. 아씨, 어디부터 새로 해야 돼? 짜증나. 보스 보고 조사했고. 여기서 그거 했나? 지나치는지 지나치지 않은지를 모르겠네. 뭘로? 불안간. 모르겠고.
A handcar wheelbase. Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere. Watson, please tell me, do you believe in magic?
Of course not, Holmes.
Then you are of the opinion that a train cannot simply disappear.
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But that is it. We didn't see the train itself.
But... Oh, Holmes, I'm a little confused.
I should use the appropriate object here. 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 I should use the I should use the appropriate object here. I should use the I should use the appropriate object here. I should use the
오케이. 왜 이거 어디다 놓는 거야? 아니 이거는 어디다 쓰는 거야? 아 이렇게 돌릴 수 있구나. 됐다.
So, now here we have the fake train that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
Doesn't look much like a train to me.
Be patient, Watson, I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle. The long pole is now attached. It will allow us to connect the headlight. The headlight is attached. The steam whistle is now connected.
Holmes, what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear Watson. We shall need a fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here. The steam whistle is ready to be used. Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train that vanished in front of us last night. The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So such a thing is possible. If someone went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely with the intention of stealing the real one.
Ah, Watson, you should not jump to conclusions. In fact, this does not tell us very much at all, except that the train did not evaporate into thin air.
Although you half suspected it.
At any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
Well, I hope that justifies our having to load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
잘 맞춘 거 아닌가? 안 되는 거. 여기가 아니란 말인가? 근데 이씨. 아이씨 왜 이렇게 안 돼?
Here it is. There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations. There is one more station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and Evesham, and there should be a side railway to the nearby quarry. There is a small section of a railway at the end of Evesham station.
일단 가기 전에 화장실을 갔다 올게요.
뭐요?
아주 그냥 맞아야 돼. 찰싹 찰싹.
왜요? 화장실 갔다 오는 게 어때서? 열심히 지금 추리를 하고 있잖아요.
The switch is rusted, but it still works. The switch is rusted.
뭐야 이거?
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
뭐야 도대체? 아니 왜 안 돼? 도치기.
Mines. This is interesting. It would be quite possible for someone to redirect the train towards the mines.
Here are the mines, Holmes. They appear to be abandoned.
Nothing interesting here. The distance between the tracks is about
재기
4
정말
feet
힘드네.
8 inches. There is a wooden beam lying on the rails. A small vehicle.
This is an administrative panel. See what it says.
Watson, you are a gentleman, and gentlemen tend to carry handkerchiefs. Might I borrow yours?
And where is your own?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Very well. Here it is.
된장을 내가 닦아야 되는 거였어?
WEA Coal. These mines belong to them.
This mine has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful, I am not entirely surprised. Someone removed these screws, most probably to take down the rails. A few feet of the rails have been dismantled. This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside. Sawdust. I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
Dynamite.
다이너마이트라니. 누군가 일부러 무너뜨렸나봐요.
This box must be the safe. Let's open it.
또 그거군. 뭐야? 됐다. 열려라 참깨.
The Mexican company Caracao and the Chilean Barcazas both want to buy the mines. I need more information. Perhaps Mycroft could help.
음.
A funny character. He looks anxious.
And he is not an Englishman.
What should we do next, Holmes?
This scent is familiar to me, but in order to recognize it, I must combine my associations into one picture.
아이. 이렇게인가 보구만.
A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. Ricardo.
You already know the name of this man? Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo Turrent, a Mexican cigar of an excellent quality. Quite an expensive one, too. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs. Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one that we found on the floor. Some of the stubs were recently smoked. There are others that appear fairly old.
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at Doncaster Station. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
Newspaper articles on horse racing. Hurdle, steeplechase and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast, Holmes.
Betting slips for horse racing. The sums are quite impressive.
It can be an expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
I asked Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
멕시코에서 싫어했을 수도 있겠는데?
Holmes, look. There's a flooded area over here.
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Is that so? Well, good day, gentlemen. I am Mr. Duff, the station master of this station. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you about last night.
이혼한 거 아니야? 이혼했는데 막 위자료 같은 거 막 줘야 돼갖고 큰 돈이 필요했던 건가?
It appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map, there should be a quarry here, and behind that, the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
I was working in Nottingham, but I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper. I can't really complain.
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph, just the same as all the other nights.
I observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon? Addiction to what?
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office. Well, well, we all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room. Did you notice him?
What? A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
Goodbye, sir. It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry. Instead, we can check the beach area around the flooded lake. Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
The man at Doncaster who fled our approach, he smokes Mexican cigars. Perhaps...
Yes, Watson. We should certainly speak with him. This post bag belongs to the station master. The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble. Railway post bags. Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have some questions.
Are you the police?
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
A formidable journey, no doubt. Which country are you from?
De Chile.
아니 왜 여기부터 보여줘.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
아 등짝
Because
간지러.
of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos. So what?
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business brought you here?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros. Where did you arrive yesterday? They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
Who authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
Not a very friendly man, and he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
This railway branch should lead to the quarry. Let us take a look. The switch is rusted, but it still works. The railway ends here. That is strange.
왜 끊어져 있지? 이거 새로 나왔네. 고고!
Here we are at the beach that is located near the quarry and Doncaster station. It doesn't look like a very good place to rest. These traces were made. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. The vehicle pressed this stone into the ground. It would have been quite heavy. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. An advertisement for lake cruises. An abandoned gypsy caravan. Observing the coastline and the moored boats, we are able to see that the lake's water level dropped. The lake has flooded the quarry. The dam was probably breached. A label with the name Las Zarpas.
라스 자르파스가 뭐고? 백과사전을 뒤져봐야겠고. 마차 뒤에는 작은 서재가 있지. 여기 있다. 라스 자르파스. 운송수단. 보선 발전 및 탄광 분야의 활약. 멕시코 현지 카라칼?
Here it is.
이제 다른 데로 가면 되나? 탭이지. 탭. 아까 여기에 그거 있었어요. 안 가본데. 그래서 여기 가보면 어디더라? 여기 반대편이. 이따가 내가 문 열어놓은데. 여기 뭐 있어? 야!
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd. Traces. Let's take a closer look. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle... These traces are relatively... The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham and at the lake were from the same vehicle.
역장한테 가서 물어봐야겠구나. 야. 아직도 이러고 있네.
It appears that there was a small warehouse near your station and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2 weeks ago. The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
What was inside the warehouse?
Nothing of value. A few hundred feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal all of that. Why would anyone want to?
See you later, my good man.
아, 꺼진다. 안 돼. 안 돼. 멈춰. 아! 아, 거지 같아. 멈춰. 이번 사건까지 해결하고 방종해야지. 진다. 씨부렁. 그치, 분노에 일으키겠지. 심수된 제작에서 뭔가 없는데? 뭔가 없는데? 어디 다시 갔다 와야 되네. 아이씨. 콘캐스터 여기였나? 해석자?
The rail is rusted and looks old, but the railway is still usable.
잠깐만, 뭐가 있지? 뭔가 부족한데? 그거나 별차 뭔가 단서가 부족한데? 멕시코인들이 칠레인들을 물에 빠뜨렸다. 추악하다, 추악해.
Then the case is solved, Holmes. What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have the local constabulary and advice from our friend Lestrade. The problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal. Our other option is Brother Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble, but it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. But I think I'd prefer to give Mycroft a chance. We should overlook our personal differences on this occasion.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
I did not say that we had finished here yet.
Well, all right. What did I miss?
Watson, we know that the Barkazas Company directors were drowned in the flooded quarry, along with the train and Robinson's prototype. But we still need to corner the guilty party.
But how do you intend to prove... Oh, no. Please don't tell me we have to dive into the lake.
You may rest assured that I have a far better idea. We have only to use our corrupt Doncaster station master as bait. He will unwittingly trap our Mexican friend.
Of course, you already had a plan. I shall follow you, Holmes.
Well, the case is solved, and we shall be heading home. May we have 2 tickets to London, please?
Right away. Wait a minute. You've solved the case?
In a manner of speaking, can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board the train? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through, then? He's alive?
Yes, by extreme good fortune. His condition is quite serious, and the method of transportation has its risk, but he will be held securely by the doctor and police officers. The gentleman carries some vital information on this case. I am sure of it.
Ah, really?
Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
눈 깜짝 안 하고.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
눈 깜짝 안 하고 거짓말을 하는구만.
Gentlemen, you are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
아, 총싸움! 안 돼!
Good shot, Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my God! I thought I was a dead man.
You shouldn't be so glad about it. You'll be up before the judge.
Your testimony will be of great importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, would you be so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
전부 계획된 사건. 멕시코인들은 열차를 물에 빠뜨려 칠레인들을 살해했다. 와, 열차 통째로 수장을 시켜버리다니. 때마침 붕괴된 데모로 인해 채석장은 침수되기에 이르렀고 뱃사람을 동원한 멕시코인들은 열차를 그리로 이끌었다. 이후 해당 위치에 있던 철로를 제거하면서 사건을 은폐하려 했다. 거대 범죄 조직과 정면을 맞설 수는 없었으니 뒤를 기울여서 접근하기로 했다. 마이크로프트에게 사태를 해결할 기회를 줬다. 결론 제시. 예. 자원봉사자. 나오는 거야 여기? 아, 계속 해야 되나? 아, 고민이 되는구만. 시간 좀 애매한데. 일단 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요. 네, 왔습니다.
Holmes, what happened?
I feel deathly.
And you look it. Let me examine you. Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits. The pupil is dilated. The temperature appears. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. I need to concentrate and count. I need to concentrate and
아이
count the heart.
씨부렁.
A weak pulse, around 50 beats per minute. But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote. Give it to me.
The antidote? You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
Hemlock and Datura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What
답이
might have
없네.
happened?
자기 몸에다가 스스로 약 실험을 하다니.
I knew that you would.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Mr. Holmes is unable to see anyone at the moment. He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. I'm glad
뭐야,
to find
저게.
you here. I
몰라,
need your
이상해.
help. This is a strange one. We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the chamber, and so on and so forth. They were found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but what?
As I said.
And they were tied together.
You are lacking in imagination, Inspector.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic? Isn't that the largest steamer ever built?
Yes. And these 2 young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another one that's a bit more complex and maybe to your liking. It's a murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
A murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman Baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch your hat.
약 먹고서 저 괜찮은 건가? 목욕탕까지 갔다가 내일을 위해 일찍 방종을 해야겠어요. 저장이 되면 방종을 하도록 하겠습니다. 아, 청소해야 되는데.
Beautiful place.
With a dreadful murder. The body of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe is still in the steam room. It has not been touched, per your usual instructions, Mr. Holmes. I shall be waiting for you here, but please hurry.
Are you able to identify the men who were with the victim in the steam room?
Yes. The manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, a lad from the City Council, Garrow, and an archaeologist by the name of Blinkhorn. I think the plump one, Garrow, did it. He doesn't seem right in the head.
Well, we shall see.
Oh.
You found no murder weapon?
No, and that's why I called you. All 3 witnesses and the victim were locked in when the murder occurred, and they remained so until we got here. We even had to pick the lock to enter.
I see.
Nice, nice, nice.
Was there anyone else here, apart from those gentlemen in the steam room?
Yes, a Mr. Phillips. He was the one who called the police. He'll be able to give you more details.
아직 한참 남았구만.
Are the steam rooms on the other side, Mr. Holmes? Are the steam rooms on the other side, Mr. Holmes?
여기가 아니고. 맞은편이 어디야? 여기야?
champagne for a special occasion. Unopened, it was intended to be enjoyed after the steam session. An ice bucket to keep the champagne chilled. Expensive clothes belonging to one of the men from the steam room. These clothes belong to one of the suspects from the steam room. Clothes belonging to one of the suspects.
사람들 개 많아.
Good Lord, Holmes.
Ah, death with a peculiarly Roman piquancy.
Like the one you almost had an hour ago.
Let us forget about that.
There was only one hit from the weapon. It pierced the right eye straight through to the brain. Death would have been instantaneous.
The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large. Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample. Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample. Look, Watson. He was wearing a ring. He very likely removed it before the steam session. I should check this blood sample at Baker Street. This key was covered in blood. I should ask Phillips about it. With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away. One lens is cracked, probably due to the temperature of the brazier. These lenses are for myopia. The wearer is short-sighted. The brazier is still burning. The heat here is extreme. I will need something to pick up this melted metal. It is too hot. I cannot reach into it. I cannot leave until I have seen the body. The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large.
다 했는데.
The brazier is still burning. The heat here.
주술 수 있는 무언가를 찾아야 된다는 건가?
Blood traces wiped on the towel.
It's horrible. So Rodney is dead. Can't we speak about it somewhere else?
I'm in shock. I don't want to talk.
It's horrible. I can't talk at the moment. Mr. Holmes?
아, 조사한 것 같은데.
Well, death is very recent, between 30 minutes to 1 hour ago.
I think we have found all that we can here, taking into consideration the abysmal lighting. Constable, we have finished with the body.
We don't have many leads here.
What concerns me is that we still have to find the murder weapon.
Mr. Holmes?
Please have the body removed without disturbing anything else in the room.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
I was wondering, Holmes, it's fairly reckless to carry out a murder inside a closed chamber. Why do you suppose they did it?
There are a great many possibilities. The murderer was in a hurry, or he is an artist, or a ghost, or he wanted to ensure that I'd be brought in on the case.
Probably the latter. You are ridiculous, do you know that?
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
Please wait. I need to do something first. Good day to you, Mr. Phillips. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Would you be so kind as to answer our questions?
Certainly, sir.
Please tell us the chain of events from the start of your day. Everything that you can remember. The slightest detail may be of importance.
Very well, sir. I came in at 6:30 this morning, and I opened the baths. I made sure that the room was clean, and I prepared the towels. The brazier was still burning.
There was a fire burning all night.
Yes,
Fire.
Sir Gregory ordered me to light the brazier yesterday. It takes some time until the room is fully heated. The gentleman had a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. I wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been in the steam room for 20 minutes when I suddenly heard shouting. I ran to the door, but it was closed. I couldn't open it. So I ran out to the street to call for the police. One constable came up, and then there were others, and they picked the lock. Then Inspector Lestrade came along, and he told us that nothing should be touched.
Did you receive any other visitors this morning?
No one. Until these gentlemen arrived. Sir Gregory was the first. And then, while we were discussing work details, Sir Rodney and Mr. Blinkhorn arrived, and Mr. Garrow followed.
What happened after that?
I waited until they'd all entered the steam room, then I returned to the hall. The changing room door was open, so I should hear if they needed anything.
You would have heard if someone had entered or left the steam room.
Certainly, sir. These doors make a lot of noise.
How many people have keys to the steam room?
We have just the one key for now, which Sir Gregory gave to me.
So, this morning you opened the steam room.
뭘로?
I put the key inside my desk, but when they called, I couldn't find it. It had disappeared. I don't know where it is.
Did you
요새
leave the
방종을.
baths at any time or receive any visitors?
No, sir, I did not.
You are not telling the truth, Mr. Phillips. You left your work this morning, and you went to the post office, where you dispatched a telegram at around 7:30.
But how could you... No,
The telegram was for someone in Manchester.
Mr. Holmes, it's I'll tell you everything. I left the baths at 7:20. My sister wrote to me yesterday, and she needed a reply, or our mother is unwell. I was away for 20 minutes, and I closed the baths on my way out.
Did you receive a reply from your sister?
No, she wasn't meant to. I just told her to pawn my old school uniform so that she could pay for the medication.
Did you check to see if the key was still in your desk when you returned?
No, I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, don't tell the police about this. Sir Gregory would give me the sack. I need this job.
I see. There is a bottle of champagne on ice in the changing room. Do you have any idea who left it there?
There is? Are you quite certain? I didn't pay any attention. Do you believe that it's important?
뭐야? 뭐지? 이상하게 떴는데 뭐지? 뭐 이상한 게 있네.
Tools used by archaeologists in their research. Tools used by archaeologists in their research. I will need these tongs. A shape has been cut in the plate. What should be done with it?
그냥 다 주워가네. 뭐야?
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them. It is a glass plate negative of an Egyptian statue. A glass plate negative is missing. A glass plate...
뭐하는데?
My God, are you all right? I wonder how this could have happened.
Yes, it is somewhat treacherous. Fortunately, I am unscathed. To where does this corridor lead?
To the frigidarium, the coal room.
Barely unscathed and by a very small margin. And treacherous is an understatement. Those stones weigh tons.
It does not matter.
무너질 줄이야. 여기가 아니군.
I should analyze this melted metal.
아유, 와야 되는디? 왜 이렇게 번쩍거리냐? 짜증나게. 아이씨, 내 책상을 부수고.
Selenite. White clay particles. Pyrite, otherwise known as fool's gold. Interesting. According to the color and its composition, I deduce that this sample is white clay. Now, I need to find which area near London this sample belongs to. The sample of dirt belongs to the White London clay region, located near the city of St. Albans. Let us analyze this blood sample. This blood has not coagulated well. It seems very liquid. That is strange. Let us see what is inside it. Hydrogen peroxide will bring any foreign matter to the surface. Water. This blood is heavily diluted with water. This is a piece of metal taken from a brazier. It appears to be silver, but I need to be sure. If it is silver, it will be possible to melt it, since silver's melting point is at around 900 degrees Celsius. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it with acid. If it changes color to match the result of a reaction with a silver coin, then it is silver. I must take a pipette and place several drops of acid upon the samples. The reaction is the same red stain. It is silver, Britannia silver quality.
잠년.
Here it is.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
그래서 저장이 되면은 꺼야겠다. 됐어. 여기까지 하고 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다, 여러분들. 끝! 오늘은 여기까지. 내일 출근을 위해서 오늘 일찍 방송을 하도록 할게요. 네맴.